And the sprint medley relay teams, you can start checking in. Getting ready to run here, checking into your exchange zones. There'll be no problem getting started just a little bit early, but certainly on time. Sprint medley relay team, start checking into your exchange zones for us, please. You start to clear the track for us at this time, please. We get ready for the first running event on the track. Sprint medley relay, a two-section final. Pella Christian owns the record, Class 2A. That same quartet will run the second section today. They ran 147.92 last year here on this track. Section 1, Clarinda runs in lane 1. It's Woodward Granger in 2. Davis County Bloomfield in lane 3. Tipton in 4. Mid-Prairie Wellman in 5. It's South Hardin in 6. MVAO COU in 7 and Denver in 8. Exchange zone's just a little bit different here on this 300-meter indoor track. And 1, 1, 2, and 4 does not change in this medley relay. Need Clarinda. Clarinda in lane 1.
Yep, we gotta go.
Clarinda, we need your third runner over here. Be on the front stretch. Hold on, Mr. Starter. Hold on for us, please. All right, Mr. Starter, we are ready. Clarinda in 1, Woodward Granger in 2, Davis County in 3, Tipton in 4, Mid Prairie in 5, South Hardin in 6, MVAOCOU in 7, and Denver in 8. Woodward Granger running well down there on the inside. They run with Kraus. Achenbach will run on the 400 leg for him. Davis County with Nelson. Henley Hinderaker on the 200 leg. For the Tigers at Tipton, they're going to anchor Ella Hines, fourth in the 400 meters last year at the state meet. Harry Polo anchor for Mid Prairie, Woodward Granger with Riley McCauley. .400-meter runners. They cross the number, they'll have a lap to go. Davis County, Clarinda, and Tipton. And Hine on the move here for the Tigers as they take it down the backstretch, and Tipton to the lead. Tipton and Davis County and Clarinda. Bella Christian owns the record. Set it a year ago. And Ella Hine and Tipton. .154.51 the time for the Tigers. Clarinda 2 flat 18. 2 flat 56 for Woodward Granger, or Mid Prairie rather, 2:01.21 for South Hardin. Tipton the time to beat now, 154.51. Top 6 teams will make it up here on the podium. We'll recognize those right after the races. We move to Section 2. It'll be Ogden in lane 1, Tri-Center Neola in 2, Underwood in 3, Grundy Center runs in 4. Trainer in 5. Pella Christian, the 1A champions, 2A champions last year in the strip medley relay. They own the record here, 147.92, and all members of that quartet are back. Terpster on the leadoff leg. Outstanding 100-meter runner. Spirit Lake 7 and Van Meter in 8. Clean start. Good passes here in that initial handoff. That's Pella Christian. Pella Christian on the move. Kakmarinsky on this leg. They'll run Van Wyck in the 200. Grundy Center with a good exchange. Ogden running well down on the inside. Trainer runs with Josie Meyer. Ava Saar is going to anchor for them. But it's Pella Christian out front. Bailey Voss, the 2A 400-meter champion, is going to take the baton. Pella Christian. Then Grundy Center, Tri-Center Neola, Trainer. Pella Christian in control. They chased Tipton out of that first section in 154.51. And Voss to the finish. Pella Christian. Finished there by Grundy Center. 147.49 for Pella Christian. They certainly break their own record from last year, but that's a meet record in any class here over the weekend, and they make the Drake relay standard as well for the sprint medley relay. Grundy Center will finish second in that section in 155.42. Spirit Lake in 156.13. Pella Christian will win it. Tipton will finish second out of that first section in 154.51. We're lining up. The boys sprint medley relay will be a two-section final. Trainer in 1, Dike New Hartford in 2, Iowa Falls Alden in 3, Nottoway Valley in 4, Ogden in 5, Mediapolis in 6, South Hardin in 7, Anamosa in 8. They're on the award stand. You see our top 6 teams in that sprint medley relay. Trainer 6th in 158.81. It's Van Meter 5th tonight in 157.24. Spirit Lake had finished 4th in 156.13. Grundy Center 3rd, 155.42. The Tigers are running up to Tipton tonight to 154.51 and setting a new meet Class 2A record, making that Drake standard at 147.49. Pella Christian. (1,600-meter sprint medley relay for the boys underway. 2-2 and 4-800. South Hardin running well. South Hardin, Anamosa around the outside. South Hardin got a good exchange. Nottoway Valley as well in Ogden. (200-meter leg, the 400 weights. Iowa Falls, Alden. Iowa Falls with the exchange, Mediapolis. Iowa Falls Colin Pieper on this leg, Mediapolis, Lutenegger. Mediapolis on the move. Looks like Mediapolis there into the lead. Mediapolis. Mediapolis and Iowa Falls. South Hardin moving well. Dyke New Hartford into third. Peyton Portnoy. Corny, rather, with that good 400-meter leg when he handed the anchor legs on the backstretch. Mediapolis. Will Schmigdahl on their anchor leg. Top 20 finish for Schmigdahl in state cross-country championships this fall. Then it's South Hardin. Vanderwilt on the anchor leg. Dyke New Hartford. John Mormon. .300 meters to go, and it's Mediapolis and South Hardin in a battle. Dyke New Hartford in pursuit. Good race back here for fourth. Nottoway Valley, Iowa Falls, Alden. Mediapolis and South Hardin. Schmidgall on the anchor leg here for Mediapolis. And it will be Mediapolis. They'll set the standard for the rest of these sections. 3:40.35 for Mediapolis. South Hardin and 3:42.27. Dyke New Hartford hanging on for third in that section. Good close out there by Iowa Falls Aldens. Matthew Kirchhoff. 3:40.35 for Mediapolis. Move to the final section, section 2. MVAO COU will be in lane 1. It's Red Oak in 2. Davis County Bloomfield in 3. Okoboji Milford in 4. It's Denver in 5. PCM Monroe in 6. Clarinda in 7. And Jessup in 8. Clean start here for Section 2. They chase Mediapolis out of the initial section. Denver moving well. Remington Jacques on this leg. Denver, Clarinda, Jessup on the outside. Denver running well down here in lane 5. The Cyclones with the exchange. Bloomfield, Davis County with Denver out front. Bloomfield's on the move with James Drummond on this leg. Davis County to the lead, and Denver with Brayton Hovey. UCM Monroe, Denver. We go to the 800 meter. Chase Mediapolis ran 3:40.35. PCM Monroe, and then Denver, Jessup, MVAO-COU. They run Coithan on that anchor leg. PCM Monroe, Cash Fisher, Caleb Miller for Denver. Okoboji Milford owns the record. They set it last year at 3:37.47. PCM Monroe. MVAO-COU. And Joey Coithan into second place. And running well as they take it down the backstretch now. PCM Monroe, Cash Fisher. MVAO-COU, Clarinda, Okoboji Milford, and Jessup and Davis County Bloomfield. PCM Monroe 3:41.46. MVAO-COU and 3:46.59. That means Mediapolis out of that initial section will be your champ at 3:40.35. Section final girls 4x800 meter relay on the track. Over on the award stand, your top 6 teams in that 1600 meter sprint medley relay. Finishing 7th was Jessup. Finishing 6th, rather, was Jessup, 3:54.09. Okoboji Milford 5th and 3:53.31. Clarinda 4th and 3:50.41. NVA OCOU 3rd today and 3:46.59. Your runner-up, South Hardin, and 3:42.27. Your champion in the sprint medley relay at 3:41.46. PCM Monroe. Keep your eye on Tri-Center, Neola, Mid-Prairie, Trainer, PCM Monroe, Pleasantville, and Shenandoah. Tipton owns the record here, set in 2024. 10:09.69. Four by 800 meter relay. That's Woodward Granger out front. And Mid-Prairie. They walk on out front. That's walk on with Ellie Wilkins. Walk on, Mid-Prairie running Tessa Brokaw in this leg. They were 7th in Class 2A last year. 3 members of that quartet scheduled out here tonight. Mid-Prairie making a move with walk on out front. Brokaw, a member of that quartet last year that was 7th. Grundy Center runs back and forth with Lydia Hook. And we pass to the third leg. Mid-Prairie leads the way. Mid-Prairie walk on. Anna Nispel, 1,500 meter qualifier for Mid-Prairie Hawks. Cora Miller for walk on. Woodward Granger. With Fitzroy. Four by 800 meter relay. It's a one section final. But a good battle. Two teams run stride for stride. Prairie walk on. Be trainer up there with Nipsel on this leg. The 1,500 meter qualifier. Brooklyn Stutzman runs for Mid Prairie. Qualified the 1,500 meters and 3,000 last year. They run up front with walk on. And Mid Prairie off the turn here. It's Mid Prairie. Starting to put some distance between themselves and the field now. Brooklyn Stutzman. And Rachel Hostetler will be on the anchor leg for the Hawks of Mid Prairie. Qualifier in the 800 meters in Class 2A a year ago. In Mid Prairie. And a walk on. Walk on. Reagan Benzing on the anchor leg. Trainer and then Woodward Granger. PCM Monroe. And Sioux Central with Sage Weber on their anchor leg. Lila Milani for PCM Monroe on their anchor leg. But it's Mid Prairie with Hostetler. Walk on, and then a great race back there for third at the moment. Tri-Center Neola. Woodward Granger on the move. Then it's Trainer. Mid Prairie coming through the turn here and onto the front stretch. Hostetler for Mid Prairie. They got a shot at the record here. It's 10:09:69 by Tipton. They're just about to 10 right now. Mid Prairie. Walk on. Woodward Granger. Walk-on finishes 10-15-61, 10-18-79 for Woodward Granger. Sioux Central, Sioux Rapids, and 10-19-40 PCM Monroe, 10-20-36. Trainer, 10-23-93. Mid-Prairie, 9:59.06. Their winning time today. New Class 2. Boys 4x8 underway. Denver running for their 1A championship team out here today. All four return. We're in 7:57.10 to win that state title last year. Dyke, New Hartford, Denver, Alburnett. Alburnett with Osman on their leadoff leg. Denver with Jesse Gomez. Dyke, New Hartford with Trey Jensen on their opener. All right, on the award stand, there's your 4x800 meter relay teams for the ladies this afternoon. 6th with Ogden at 10:47.34. Trainer 5th today, 10:23.93. Was PCM Monroe in 10:20.36 for 4th. Woodward Granger 3rd in 10:18.79. Walk-on, your runner-up today in 10:15.61. And your 4x8 champion in a winning time, a record winning time for Class 2A of 9:59.06, Mid-Prairie Wellman. Alburnett out front. Ben Beamer on this second leg for Alburnett. Ethan Doty runs for Denver. Alburnett and Denver. And then Red Oak. They run Pedersen on this leg. Alburnett in control. Alburnett and Denver. There's Sheraton up in the mix with Red Oak. Sheraton with Crab on this leg. Pedersen runs for Red Oak. Alburnett and Denver and Spirit Lake. Alburnett runs with Hunter Fry. Caden Knobloch running for Denver Spirit Lake with Titus Coates. Alburnett working out front. Denver on the move. Red Oak making a vie into third past Spirit Lake. The Red Oak with Hayden Hebrink on this leg. And Alburnett and Denver with Knobloch. Denver to the lead. Here on the front stretch, it's Denver and Alburnett. Denver, Alburnett, and Red Oak. Spirit Lake. Denver in a battle up here with Alburnett. Gustafson on the anchor for Alburnett. Denver up front with Miles Mathias. Mathias part of that quartet last year. Won a state title. 1,600 meter qualifier. 8th in cross country, Class 2A. The Red Oak. The Sheraton and Spirit Lake. Montgomery on the anchor for Red Oak. Sheraton with Lucas Anderson. Spirit Lake with Wiley Conway. Here come your leaders. 300 meters to go, and it's pretty tight. Denver and Alburnett in a battle. Red Oak and Sheraton in a battle as well. Look how tight that is going into the turn. Here comes Alburnett. Alburnett to the lead. Gustafson for Alburnett. Denver with Mathias. Alburnett will be your champions today. Alburnett. 8:16:63. Sheraton and Red Oak. 8:17:85 for Denver, 8:31:06 for Sheraton. Then it's Red Oak and Spirit Lake. Dyke, New Hartford. (8:16:63) wins it today. They're off that record place set in 2024 by Mediapolis. Top 6 teams, we need you to the award stand, please. Yeah, on the award stand, there's your top 6 4x8 teams for the boys today. Dayton New Hartford 6th and 8:47.76. Spirit Lake 5th and 8:44.84. Then it's Red Oak 4th and 8:32.05. Sheraton 3rd and 8:31.06. Denver 8:17.85 for 2nd. And Alburnett and 8:16.6 through 3 will be your champions today in the boys 4x800 meter relay. For Esac County in lane 1 and lane 2 for Clarinda, it's Stevie Wilms. Riley Maher runs for Clarinda in lane 3, running in lane 4. She was 9th in the 100 hurdles outdoor last year from Van Nieder. Berkeley Harkins running in lane 5, a qualifier in the 100 hurdles for Woodward Granger as well, Jaden Achenbach. Libby Viet runs for Esac County in lane 6. It's May Searcy for Southeast Valley Gowrie. And then Ira Phipps runs for Pleasantville in lane 8. This is Heat 1. Harkins running well for Van Meter. It's Harkins. And then Libby Veit out there for Esac County as well. Harkins in 9:96. Vita Esac in 10:12. Woodward Granger's Achenbach in 10:24. Maher from Clarinda in 10:29. Harkins with the fastest time so far. That'll make the bubble time to make the final. The top 8 go on at 11:80 as we get ready to move on to the next preliminary heat. And we move to Heat 2, running in lane 1 for Hudson's Ella Steele. Peyton Dadler runs for Tipton in 2. Lillian Mason for Pleasantville in 3. Isabel Jansen for Iowa Falls Alden in lane 4. She was 7th in the 100 hurdles in Class 2A last year. Taylor Reckemer runs for Roland Story in lane 5. Lena Wilson for Ogden in lane 6. Danica Dreith for Pocahontas area runs in lane 7. And it's Madeline Farley for Southeast Valley Gowrie in lane 8. Heat 2. Reckemer running well. Wilson running well for Ogden. She got out to a good start. But here comes Iowa Falls Alden's Jansen. Reckemer for Roland Story. It was Jansen from Iowa Falls Alden in 9:53. Roland Story sitters Taylor Reckemer in 9:70. Jansen the fastest time so far at 9:53. That'll make the bubble time at 10:29. Now as we move to Heat 3. Here's how the lineup for Heat 3. Heidi DeBruin for Pella Christian in 1. Allie Cornelson from Nottoway Valley in 2. Sayla Hegelson from Roland Story City in lane 3. Reese Nave from Iowa City Regina will be in lane 4. Nave was 3rd in the 100 hurdles last year at the state championships. Zoe Payne from Tri-Center Neola in lane 5. Lexi Gangwish from Underwood in 6. Tessa Bombay from Mid-Prairie Wellman in 7. Carissa Clucky for Woodward Granger in lane 8. Nave with a good start for Regina. Nave running well. Tri-Center Neola. And out here in lane 7, Bombay from Mid-Prairie with a good closeout in the last couple flights. Nave, Iowa City, Regina, 9:62. Bombay from Mid-Prairie, 10:05. Helgeson from Roland Story City in 10:16. Nave, the second fastest qualifier so far. And that makes 10:21 the bubble mark with 2 more heats to go. And set the lane assignments for Heat 4. It's Olivia Schlaboff from Mid-Prairie Wellman in lane 1. Betsy Gavin from Regina in lane 2. Zoe Zadelis from Trainer in lane 3. Riley Hemmingson from Trainer in lane 4. Riley is 6th at the state championships a year ago in the 100 hurdles. Maddie Lucas from Roland Story runs in lane 5. It's Kylie Keller from Van Meter in 6. Galen Brown from West Marshall State Center in lane 7. And Lydia Butler from South Hardin in lane 8. Heat number 4 of 5, girls 60-meter hurdles. And a disqualification in lane 4. Clean start this time. Lucas Rowland Story. Keller from Van Meter gets a good start. Keller from Van Meter. Lucas Rowland Story. Zales from Trainer. Keller from Van Meter in 9:54. Maddie Lucas Rowland Story, Story City in 10:16. Zales in 10:35. Keller with the second fastest time so far at 9:54. And with one preliminary heat to go, the bubble time is 10:16. 10:16 as we head to the final heat. Madison Benjamin will run in lane 1 here in the final preliminary heat in heat 5. Benjamin from Ogden. Ogden's Aubrey Leonard runs in lane 2. Sophie Miller from Mid-Prairie Wellman in lane 3. Leah Boyett runs for Spirit Lake, the 2A champion in the 100 hurdles last year. Champ runs in lane 4 here in the prelims. Ava O'Rourke from Shenandoah in lane 5. Lane 7 is open. Alyssa Park from Pleasantville runs in lane 6. Lane 7 is open. Abby Wunschel runs for Alta Aurelia in lane 8. Bulliott, it's got a good start. Bulliott with a couple of flights to go. It is Bulliott. It is Mid-Prairie's Miller. Bulliott a 9:09, a new Class 2A record there in the preliminaries for Bulliott. She had it at 9:29, and she resets her record. 9:09 for Bulliott from Spirit Lake. That will be the fastest qualifier. And we'll verify those and get you the finalist here in just a second.
Are they done already? Okay.
Need our top 6 girls high jumpers to report over here to the staging area for the award stand, please. Our top 6 in the girls high jump. I'd like you to check in with us over here. We'll get you up on the stand. And here are our finalists in that 60-meter hurdles. Sabombe from Mid-Prairie is your qualifier. Sophie Miller from Mid-Prairie. Berkeley Harkins from Van Meter. Taylor Reckemer from Rowland Story, Story City. Reese Nave from Iowa City, Regina. Kylie Keller from Van Meter. Isabel Jansen from Iowa Falls, Alden. And Leah Boyett with the fastest qualifying time and a new 2A record of 9:09 will be your finalist in the 60 hurdles. We move now to the boys after changing out the height and the location 5 preliminary heats. Top 8 will advance. Here's how they'll line up in heat number 1. Joy Stevens from South Hardin, lane 1. Connor Keach from Regina in 2. Luke Christensen for Trainer in 3. Sharon Heller from Okoboji Milford, qualifier in the 110s last year in lane 4. Elijah Graves from Okoboji Milford. High jump standout runs in lane 5. Gabe Schlesser from Regina of Iowa City in 6. Chris DeVidito from Regina in lane 7. And Jack Cooper from Denver in lane 8. This is heat 1. Top 8 will qualify. Christensen from Trainer. Okoboji Milford's Heller. And it was Heller in 8:45. 7:92. Jack Latham's Meetin 2A record from 2022 is what they're running after. 8:45 for Heller. 9:77 now, the bubble mark. The top 8 will move on to the finals. As we move to heat 2. Weston Sundell Ogden a run in 1. It's Daniel McLeod. Grandview Christian in 2. Cody Long from Roland Story. Story City in 3. Jackson Yeager from Denver in lane 4. Darius Eichste from South Central Calhoun runs in lane 5. Gannon Gunn from Mediapolis in 6. Noah Harris from Clarinda in 7. And Carter Barber from Roland Story. Story City runs in lane 8. This is heat 2. AC from South Central running well along with Denver's Yerger. 6 and 2A in the 110s last year. Jorger from Denver. 8:56. South Central Calhoun's Agsty in 8:85. Second fastest time there, and that makes the bubble mark now at 9:34. Over there on the award stand, your high jumpers finishing 6th today. 4 feet 11-inch jump from Iowa City, Regina, Jada Wiltz. Finishing in a tie for 4th today, both clearing 5 foot 1 inch from Trainer Riley Hemingston and Ellery Bird from Clarinda. Finishing 3rd overall, clearance of 5 feet 1 from Spirit Lake, Caitlin Troutman. Your runner-up at 5 feet 4 from Grundy Center, Allison Cook. And your champion in the girls' high jump at 5 feet 5 from Emmetsburg, Rachel Shaney. Heat 3 upcoming. Lucas Deandra from Clarinda in 1. Kyler Hagedorn from Spirit Lake in lane 2. Carson Humphrey from Mid-Prairie Wellman in 3. Kai Kuntz, the 200 champion, running the hurdles here. Trainer in lane 4. Colin Johnson from Southeast Valley. Gowrie runs in lane 5. Drayton Mitchell from Ogden in 6. Ethan Schultz from Cardinal Eldon in lane 7. And Ryland Dunbar from Hudson in 8. Ogden's Mitchell running well out here, but here comes Trainer and Kuntz. So got a good start. Coy Kuntz from Trainer had a good close. 8:28 for Kuntz from Trainer. Colin Johnson from Southeast Gowrie in 8:70. So the fastest qualifier so far at 8:28. 8:85 now the bubble mark. As we move to heat 4 of 5. Quentin Holquist at Underwood's going to run in lane 1. Holland Piper from Iowa Falls Alden in 2. Colton Unger from Southeast Valley Gowrie in 3. Alex Reese for Columbus was 4th in the 110s at the state meet last year, runs in lane 4. Brock Casey, a Trainer, in 5. Drew Munson, a Jessup, in 6. Max Barthman, a Spirit Lake, in 7. James Carter Allison of Iowa Falls Alden in 8. This is heat number 4 of 5. For Columbus, running with Reese. It's Reese for Columbus. Trainer with Casey. Good close out there by Ollinger 2 from Southeast Valley Gowrie. Was Reese at 8:34. Ollinger from Southeast Valley Gowrie at 8:89. Reese second fastest qualifier so far at 8:34. The bubble mark, 8:84. If we go to the final preliminary heat, over the last couple of days, there's been a lot of track and field here at the Lead Center. Most people got here around 7 o'clock yesterday morning. We had Class 3A and 4A, finished up at about 9:30 last night. Got going at about 9 o'clock again this morning here with Class 1A and now 2A. And those folks in the yellow shirts out there have been doing yeoman's work this entire week. Those are simply some of the best officials, not just in Iowa, but in the United States. And fans, what I'd like you to do is put your hands together for all of these officials and show them some appreciation and love for you, and we thank you very much. We'll go to the final preliminary heat now of these 60 hurdles. Kendrick Koss from Mid-Prairie Wellman runs in 1. Kate Oberding from Iowa Falls Alden in lane 2. Avery Symington from Okoboji Milford in 3. Running in lane 4 is the runner-up in the 110 hurdles last year, and on that second-place shuttle hurdle relay for Columbus, Lamar Kant. Running in lane 5 for West Branch, it's Nolan Stacker. Logan Peveril runs for Dyke New Hartford in lane 6. Kyson Jollis from Spirit Lake in 7. And Alex Doggenbaugh runs for Alta Aurelia in lane 8. And you see it down on the inside. Koss from Mid-Prairie Wellman. West Branch running well with Stacker. See in 8:36. Stacker in 8:65. Koss of Mid-Prairie in 8:75. And see it, the third fastest qualifier at 8:36. And we'll let them sort that out. We'll get you those finalists here shortly as we get ready to move to the 60s and remove the hurdles. are your finalists. Elijah Graves from Okoboji Milford, Nolan Stacker from West Branch, Luke Christensen from Trainer, Jackson Yorger from Denver, Jerron Heller from Okoboji Milford, Lamar Siant from Columbus, Alex Reese from Columbus, and Coy Kantz from Trainer. Fastest qualifier at 8:28. Those are your finalists in the 60 hurdles. That final will be at 6:50 this evening as we move down to 5 preliminary heats of the girls' 60 meters. Keely Yebel will run for Hartley Melvin Sanborn in lane 1. Olivia Rattano from Roland Story City in lane 2. Patricia Gabini from Columbus in lane 3. Columbus Catholic in lane 3. Lexi Terpstra from Pella Christian was 7th in the 100 last year at the state meet. She'll run in lane 4. Athenia Leopold from Spirit Lake runs in lane 5. It's Miley Wagoner for Clarinda in 6. Aubrey Leonard for Ogden in 7. And Ellie Bloom for Alta Aurelia in 8. It is Lexi Terpstra. Terpstra, Pella Christian. Good close out there by Leopold from Spirit Lake. 8:06 for Terpstra. Leopold in 8:19, 8:23 for Wagner from Clarinda. And we get ready to move on to heat number 2. Top 8 will move on to the finals. 5:55 this evening. Georgia Evans, Class 2A record holder from Mid Prairie. Set that last year at 7:77. She'll come up in that final heat today. Kristen Krause of Woodward Granger runs in 1. Rinley Weig for South Hardin in 2. Villia Avery, Okoboji Milford in 3. Ava Heron from Grundy Center in lane 4. Ireland McNamara from MVA OCOU in lane 5. Carly Grip from Pleasantville in 6. Tenley Hinderaker for Tipton in 7. Brooklyn Maher from Shenandoah runs in lane 8. Heron from Grundy Center, 6th in the 100 last year in Class 2A. Heron gets a good start for Grundy Center. Heron running well with MVA OCU. McNamara. MVA OCOU with McNamara, 8:11. A grip from Pleasantville. Then it was Avery from Okoboji Milford. McNamara in 8:11. Second fastest time so far at 8:11. And now we'll look at the bubble times to make the final. 8:63, 8:621 to be exact, is on the bubble right now as we move to Heat 3. Avery Hansen runs in lane 1 for Southeast Valley Gowrie. Lucy Elsner from Tri-Center Neola in 2. Janiyah Miller from Columbus Catholic in lane 3. Hayden Thomas from Woodward Granger in 4. Thomas 5th at the state meet last year in the 100. Marina Dykeman from South Hardin in lane 5. Rebecca Vidal for Hudson in lane 6. Tatum Comer from Clarinda in 7. and Livy Vanderslice from Grandview Christian in lane 8. Aiden Thomas, Woodward Granger. Thomas and Woodward Granger. Dykeman from South Hardin. Miller from Columbus Catholic. Woodward Granger's Thomas in 8:09. That is the second fastest qualifier so far. And puts 8:23 on the bubble here with 2 more heats to go. Here's how they'll line up in Heat 4. Josie Meyer, a trainer in 1. Lillian Johnson of Sioux Central in lane number 2. Alexa Barnes of Clarinda in lane 3. Jovi Evans, 8th in the 100 last year at the state meet. She'll run for Mid Prairie in 4. Maya Ridgely runs for South Central Calhoun in lane 5. It's Katie Allison of South Hardin in 6. Allie Batterson from Davis County Bloomfield in 7. And Allie Janes runs for Roland Story City in lane 8. Evans with a good start in 4. It's Evans. Evans down on the inside. It's Meyer. Batterson running well for Davis County. Jovi Evans, 7:75. New Class 2A record right there. She broke her sister's record here in the prelims. 7:75 for Evans. Meyer, a trainer, in 8:38. And on the award stand down there, we have our top 6 throwers in the boys' shot today. And here they are. Lane Gersh from Dike, New Hartford, 6 today, 46 feet 4 1/4 inches. Nolan Thiesfeld from Spirit Lake finishes 5th. He had a toss of 47 feet 1. Jackson Knutson from Spirit Lake, 4th. Throw of 47 feet 6 1/2 inches. Finishing in 3rd today at 48 feet 2. Pleasantville's William Mesher. Your runner-up today with a 48 feet 8 1/4 toss from Mid Prairie Wellman, Tommy Miller, and winning the boys' shot today. The put a 51 feet 3 1/2 inches. Columbus Catholic Waterloo's Lucas Clark. Ruzuma here for Spirit Lake in 1. Hawsworth, Pocahontas area in 2. Wells of Spirit Lake in 3. Georgia Evans, Mid Prairie in lane 4. Bucald Underwood in lane 5. Frederick from West Marshall, State Center in 6. Isabel Jansen, Iowa Falls Alden 7. Margaret White, Regina in 8. Final preliminary heat. And a clean start. George Evans gets a clean start. Buchholz from Underwood right there with her. George Evans, 7:87. Buchholz from Underwood, 7:96. Wells from Spirit Lake in 8:38. We get ready to head to the boys. We'll solidify those top 8 and let you know who's going on to the finals here in just a little bit. Boys will have the same system here. We'll have 5 preliminary heats. The top 8 will move on to the final. So again, that final after the girls run at 5:55 yet this evening. 7 o'clock this evening, my bad. Looking too soon here. 5:55 now. 7 o'clock is when the finals run for these 60s. Skoda from Crestwood Cresco owns the record. Set that last year at 7 flat. And here's how the lineup in Heat 1. Hunter Colson from Hudson will run in 1. Drew Myers from Trainer in 2. Ty Higgins for Spirit Lake in 3. Casey Williamson from South Hardin in 4. Edmund Gangbo was a qualifier in the 200 last year for Iowa City Regina. He'll run in lane 5. Remington Jock for Denver in lane 6. Bryce Harrison for Southeast Valley Gowrie in 7. And Parker Heeman for Albia in lane 8. Clean start. Ivana for Regina. Down on the inside in 2 is Drew Myers from Trainer. Had a nice race. Angba from Regina, 7:13. Myers in 7:19. Higgins in 7:26. For your finalists in that girls 60. Lorena Dykeman from South Hardin. Ava Heron from Grundy Center. Erlen McNamara from MVA OCOU. Hayden Thomas from Woodward Granger. Lexi Terpstra for Pella Christian. Isabella Buchholz from Underwood. Georgia Evans from Mid Prairie, the fastest qualifier at 7:75. Jovi Evans from Mid Prairie. Those are your finalists in the 60 for the girls as we move to heat number 2 for the boys. Jude Cliff runs for Ogden in lane 1. Manny Cameron from MVA OCOU in 2. Hingelheimer from Iowa City Regina in lane 3. Caden Roop for Clarinda in 4. Adam Kakmarinsky runs for Pella Christian in lane 5. Tice Larson for Jessup in 6. It's Lewis Day for PCM Monroe in 7. And Logan Jaski for Southeast Valley Gowrie in lane 8. Good start out there for Pella Christian's Kakmarinsky. Kakmarinsky, Pella Christian, 7:03. We're up for Clarinda in 7:29. Hingelheimer from Regina in 7:31. Kakmarinsky, the fastest qualifier so far. It's 7:33 now on the bubble as we move to Heat 3. Here's how they'll line up for Heat 3. Jacob Albright, Grandview Christian in 1. Lincoln Schwander, Greene County in 2. Gabe Buttriger, Shenandoah runs in 3. Running in lane 4 is a qualifier in the 200. Ran on their championship 4x1 last year at the state meet. Trainers Jet Sorensen in lane 4. Jackson Cliff runs for Ogden in lane 5. Harley Wiley for Shenandoah in 6. Jacob Birch for Dike New Hartford in 7. Cassius Burnside from Nottoway Valley in lane 8. Heat 3 of 5, the 60 dash. And we've got a call back here in Heat 3. And disqualification in lane 4. Jackson Cliff got out to a good start. Cliff running for Ogden in 5. Buttry for Shenandoah. Cliff from Ogden, 7:28. Buttry from Shenandoah in 7:34. Schwander from Green in 7:35. Jack Marinsky still the fastest qualifier at 7:03. 7:32. Now the bubble time. Klitz with the fastest, 5th fastest so far at 7:28. We move to Heat 4. It'll be Kyler Crow, Mediapolis in 1. Darius Egsty from South Central Calhoun in 2. Landon Nunnikoven from Pella Christian in lane 3. Cale Hall from Red Oak was a qualifier in the 100 and the 200 last year for Red Oak. Runs in lane 4. Thomas Ogden from Iowa Falls Alden in 5. J.J. Phillips from Pleasantville in lane 6. Philip Swin from Regina in 7. Kyle Grau from Spirit Lake in lane 8. Good start. Hall gets a good start for Red Oak. Hall for Red Oak. We've got company out there. Noonan Coven for Pella Christian was right in the mix as well. Hall from Red Oak, 7:13. Grau from Spirit Lake. Sneak in there at 7:21. Swen from Iowa City, Regina. Cale Hall, second fastest qualifier so far at 7:13. That'll put 7:28 on the bubble. As we move to the final preliminary heat. Keaton Dirks will run in lane 1 for Trainer. Braden Hovey for Denver in lane 2. Zach Statler for Greene County in 3. Running in lane 4. He was 6th of the 100 meters last year, the state meet. And on that third place sprint medley relay team for Mid Prairie, it's Ryan Henry in lane 4. Nick Stein for Okoboji Milford in 5. Jamar Zantis runs for Columbus Community in lane 6. Caden Lang for Jessup in 7. And Owen Bell for Hudson in 8. Final preliminary heat. Good start for Mid-Prairie's Henry. Henry for Mid-Prairie. Stadler for Greene County. Ryan Henry at 7:09. The Stadler runs 7:29. Hudson's Owen Bell in 7:30. Henry, the second fastest qualifier. We'll take a look at those and get you the results. And we'll move on to the final here, which will run at 7 o'clock tonight in the 60 dash. 400s are up next. Section 1 of the 400 meters. Bloom of Sioux Central, Sioux City. Nora Christian of Sioux Central. East Sac County's Wendell Veit. The Ambrosia Underwood. Holstein for Tifton. Flag and Teeter for PCM Monroe. McCauley for Woodward Granger. Veit from East Sac County. Going to take Section 1, 101.70. Then McCauley for Woodward Granger, 103.87. Mitzi Evans owns the record here for Mid-Prairie Wellman. Set that in 2022 at 57.96. They move to Section 2 rather. Casey Pittman of Greene County in 1. Claire Garland of Davis County, Bloomfield in 2. Lizzie McCann of Van Meter in 3. Ava Avery from Okoboji Milford in 4. Delaney Eldridge from West Marshall State Center in lane 5. Madeline Nispel from Trainer in lane 6. Maisie Minders from Pella Christian in lane 7. Ella Howell from Columbus Community in lane 8. Section 2. Eldridge running well from West Marshall State Center. Along with Trainer, Nipsel and Minders from Pella Christian. They take to the backstretch. Nipsel from Trainer. Good race here as they come on to the front stretch. Madeline Nispel from Trainer hanging on. Nella Howell from Columbus with a good push. Eldridge from West Marshall State Center. Nispel from Trainer, 101.72. Second fastest time so far at 101.72. Howell runs a 101.98. Before we go to that final, here your finalists in that men's 60. Your qualifiers: Philip Swin from Regina, Ty Higgins from Spirit Lake, Kyle Grau from Spirit Lake, Drew Myers from Trainer, Evan Gangba from Iowa City, Regina, Cale Hall from Red Oak, Ryan Henry from Mid Prairie, Adam Kakmarinsky from Pella. Those are your qualifiers in that 60. Final preliminary or final section now of the 400. For the girls, Ada Eller runs for South Hardin in 1, Rebecca Vidal from Hudson in lane 2. Ellie Adams from Underwood in 3. Olivia Randall from West Marshall State Center in 4. Bella Bruins from Van Meter in lane 5. Tess Casey from Tri-Center Neola in lane 6. Ella Hine runs for Tipton in lane 7. Maddie Hendershot for Grundy Center in 8. Hendershot, a qualifier, along with Casey from Tri-Center and Bruins from Van Meter. Ella Hine was 4th in the state last year in the 400, ran on their championship sprint medley relay. Ran her sprint medley into second this afternoon already here at these championships. Now Hine with the lead as they take it down the backstretch. Mitzi Evans owns the record at 57.96. Hine, the junior, for the Tigers. And it is Ella Hine. 59.31 for Hine. Hendershot from Grundy Center, 1 flat 73. Eller from South Hardin, and a 101.9. And it is Ella Hine in 59.31. On the award stand, your top 6. And Madeline Nispel from Trainer finishes 6th in 101.72. Wendy Veit from East Sac County in 101.70 for 5th. It's Tess Casey from Tri-Center Neola in 101.52 for 4th. Adia Eller from South Hardin finishes 3rd in 101.09. Grundy Center's Maddie Hendershot runs 1 flat 73 for 2nd. And your champion in 59.31 from Tipton, Ella Hine. Section 1 of the boys, 400 meters underway. And Fraker from PCM Monroe in 1. Joy Femmering from PCM Monroe in 2. Parker Lasik from Anamosa in 3. Braden Miller from Ogden in 4. Colin Dreith from Pocahontas area in 5. 6 is open. It's Jack Dewitt from Iowa Falls Alden 7. And Drew Wolterman from Greene County in 8. Wolterman. Braden from Ogden. Fernending from PCM Monroe. Wolterman from Greene in 51.76. And Miller from Ogden in 54.46. $55.23 will make the podium now. As we go to Section 2, Blake Rosen, Pleasantville in 1. Alex Berger from Southeast Valley Gowery in 2. Cole Judish from Manson Northwest in lane 3. Aiden Meester from Dayton, New Hartford in 4. Jackson Burrell, Anamosa in 5. Jack Hepner from Manson Northwest Webster in lane 6. Braden Olney from Iowa City Regina in 7. Owen Bell from Hudson in 8.
How you doing?
Section 2, the 400 meters. Only running well there for Regina. He's run 52.81. Manson Northwest Webner's Hepner's run 52.70. It is Olney. Judish, Manson Northwest Webster with a good push. 51.17 for Olney. Judish and Manson Northwest Webster 52.19, 52.23 for Owen Bell for Hudson. Olney with the fastest time so far at 51.17 and 53.11. to make the podium. As we move to the final section, Caden Lang for Jessup a run in lane 1. Nathan Schmigdahl, Mediapolis in 2. Lincoln Neighbor from West Branch in 3. Cody Durand for PCM Monroe in lane 4. Jackson Scoville from Denver in 5. Bo Buckingham from Albia in lane 6. Jesse Gomez for Denver in 7. Cale Hutchison from Albia in 8. Bo Buckingham, Albia running in lane 6. He was 5th in the 400 meters. The state meet a year ago. Gomez for Denver. On that winning 4x8. Ran on their second place 4x2 and their fourth place 4x4. And was a runner-up in cross country this last fall as well. It's Gomez from Denver. Cale Hutchison, Albia's run 51.02. A close one here as they get ready to come off the turn. I believe that's Buckingham, Albia. Gomez for Denver. Nope, it's two Albia runners, Buckingham and Hutchison. Buckingham, Hutchison. Here comes DeRod from PCM Monroe. Buckingham 51-34. DeRod from PCM Monroe in 51-71. Hutchison from Albion 51-90. And it looks like Olney from Iowa City Regina in 51-17. Iowa City Regina's Brendan Olney. We need you to the award stand, please. A 7 o'clock field events. Boys high jump and the girls long jump along with the girls shot. If you haven't checked in for us, last call for you. And ready to start here. If you want to check in, you need to do that right away. That boys high jump and the girls shot, girls long jump all need to check in for us. Those final field events of the evening. 1,500 meters lining up here, getting ready to start. .1,500 meters underway. Need Olney from Iowa City Regina to the award stand for us, please. Top 6 in the 400. We need you to the award stand, that boys 400 rather. 21 strong out here in this 1,500 meters in Class 2A today. And Streck from Van Meter, one of the favorites out there in the field, along with Sage Weber from Sioux Central. Sioux Rapids, Abby Teeter from PCM Monroe, Molly Hansen from Hudson. Kendall Landstrom from Mid-Prairie. Streck from Van Meter takes the field out. So runner-up in Class 2A last year in the 1,500 meters. She ran at the Drake Relays in this event as well, was 5th overall. Ran the 3,000 as well at Drake and finished in 4th. It is Streck, Hansen. Hansen from Hudson, a qualifier in the 3,000 meters. She ran the 800 as well at the state meet, finished in 9th. Just out of the points, but a good race nonetheless. Streck of Van Meter, Hansen of Hudson, Weber, Parley from Grandview Christian, then Weber, Sioux Central, Sioux Rapids. .58.28 that last lap. They went through the 600, 151.82. Did Streck out front. Hillary Trainer from Sumner Fredericksburg holds the record set 2 years ago now, 4:45.96. Certainly Streck capable of that today. It is Streck and Hansen. Harley from Grandview Christian. Landstrom from Mid-Prairie. Weber from Sioux Central. Two laps to go. Just over a minute in that last 300. Went through the 900 and 252. Laura Streck from Van Meter. Running a great race here with 300 meters left. 101.40 that last lap. And certainly in that range to break the record here. She keeps up that pace. Molly Hansen of Hudson. Parley from Grandview Christian. Landstrom from Mid-Prairie Wellman, and Weber from Sioux Central Sioux Rapids.
Get her in.
Or Streck. What a great race Streck ran all by herself out there. 4:55.06 off a record pace. But a good finish there by Grandview's Parley and Molly Hansen. Up there on the award stand, we do have our 400 guys ready to go. Cole Judish was 6th today, 52.19 for Manson Northwest Webster. Lincoln Neighbor for West Branch, 5th and 52.03. Drew Wolterman, Greene County, 4th at 51.76. Kobe DeRod from PCM Monroe at 51.71 for 3rd. Bo Buckingham from Albia, the runner-up, 51.34. Your champion at 51.17 from Regina, Iowa City, Brendan Olney. We had Taylor Perkins from Pleasantville to the shot, please. Taylor Perkins from Pleasantville, we need you to the shot. And on the award stand are boys long jumpers today. Here's how they finished the top 6. Drew Myers from Trainer finished 6th today, leap of 19.11 and a quarter. Nathan Schmigdal was 5th from Mediapolis at 20 feet and 3/4 of an inch. Cash Varner from Auburn at 4th at 20 feet 3 1/2 inches. Caden Rope from Clarinda was 3rd overall, 20 feet 6 1/4 inches. Roland Story, Story City's Cody Long, the runner-up today, 20 feet 7 1/2. And your champion, the jump at 21 feet 1 3/4 inches from MVA OCOU, Tanner Dixon. On the award stand, that's your 1,500 meters. Lily Miller, a Trainer, is 6th at 5:12.55. Sage Weber, Sioux Central, Sioux Rapids, 5th at 5:10.43. Kendall Landstrom, Mid-Prairie Wellman, 4th overall at 5:07.63. Lydia Parley from Grandview Christian, 3rd in 5:02.32. Molly Hansen of Hudson at 5:01.92, the runner-up. And your champion at 4:55.06 from Van Meter, Laura Streck. 1,600 meters underway. Even Weirs from Tri-Center is going to take him out quickly. Qualifier in the 1,600 meters and the 3,200 meters last year in Class 2A. Aiden Gustafson up there for Alburnett. Lucas Anderson from Sheraton and Nolan Weirs from Anamosa. Aben Weirs, Tri-Center, Neola. Gustafson from Alburnett. Lucas Anderson from Sheraton's in the mix. The qualifier in the 1,600 meters, 3rd in cross-country championships for Alburnett as well. Weirs. Anderson from Sheraton at 51.80 on that last lap. Anderson at 50 flat 21. Weirs from Anamosa on the move as well. Haven Weirs and Lucas Anderson, Nolan Weirs, Anamosa. Cy Stewart from Sheraton, Emmanuel Grass from Red Oak. Haven Weirs. That last lap looked like they had picked him up just a little bit, but now putting some distance between himself and second place with a lap and change to go. Weirs and Anderson. Nolan Weirs. Cy Stewart. Through 3:36 and 1,300 meters. Got a shot at 4:26. He comes off that turn at 4:14. Haven Weirs. Weirs. Weirs at 4:26.35, just off the record held by Colin Hogue from Des Moines Christian. But he'll win for Tri-Center Neola. Anderson runs 4:31. Nolan Weirs 4:31.89. Cy Stewart at 4:33.57. Get ready to set the hurdles for our finals in the 60 hurdles. The girls first, the boys will be up after. They're working out some things with the 1,600 meters yet, so let's go ahead and set the lane assignments already for the 60 hurdle race. Here are your finalists. Running in lane 1 for Mid-Prairie Wilmot, Sophie Miller. Running in lane 2 for Roland Story City, Taylor Reckemer. Running in lane 3 for Van Meter, it's Kylie Keller. Running in lane 4, it's a champion in the 100 hurdles last year. The fastest qualifying time for Spirit Lake, it's Leah Bulliett. Running in lane 5 for Iowa Falls Alden, Isabel Jansen. Running in lane 6 for Regina of Iowa City, Reese Nave. Running in lane 7 for Van Meter, Berkeley Harkins. And running in lane 8 for Mid-Prairie Welland, it's Tessa Bombay, your finalist in the girls' 60 hurdles. I was just about to say a clean start, and our officials saw something. We'll call them back. And it looks like just a warning and no disqualification. There's a clean start. Bulliett out quickly. Bulliett running well. Bulliett. Jansen right next to her. Bulliett and Jansen. Bulliett, Jansen. Nave from Regina. Bulliett from Spirit Lake. 895. Class 2A record there at 895. She breaks her own record as Bulliett once again. 895 for Bulliett. Jansen, Iowa Falls in 8:9:47. Nave from Regina in 9:59. Leah Bulliett, your champion in the 60 hurdles. And there on the award stand, your top 6 in that 60-meter hurdle final. Berkeley Harkin 6th from Van Meter in 985. Taylor Reckemer from Roland Story City 5th in 982. Kylie Keller from Van Meter 4th in 971. Reese Nave from Regina in 3rd in 959. Isabel Jansen from Iowa Falls Alden 947 to finish 2nd. And your champion, new record time of 8:95 from Spirit Lake, Leah Bulliett. And we get the hurdle set, and they start to do the runouts. Here's your finalist in the 60 hurdles. The runather Jack Latham from Spirit Lake. In 2022, he set the record at 7:92. He runs for Iowa State, runs on this track all the time. But here are your finalists in the 60 hurdles. Running in lane 1 for West Branch, it's Nolan Stacker. Running in lane 2 for Denver, Jackson Yorger. Running in lane 3 for Columbus Community, Lamar Seant. Running in lane 4 for Trainer Fastest Qualifiers, Coy Kons. Running in lane 5 for Columbus Community, Alex Reese. Running in lane 6 for Okoboji Milford, Jaron Heller. Running in lane 7 for Trainer, it's Luke Christensen. And running in lane 8 for Okoboji Milford, Elijah Graves. Finalist in the 60-meter hurdles. Clean start. Kons gets a good start. Columbus running well with Reese. Inside is Seant from Columbus. Coy Kons from Trainer. Seant from Columbus. It was close. Reese from Columbus. Coy Kons from Trainer, 8:11. Seant runs 8:12, 8:18 for Reese, and Heller from Okoboji Milford, 8:50. Coy Kons from Trainer. Going to be your champion in the 60 hurdles. And your top 6 on the podium. In that 60-meter hurdles, Luke Christensen, a Trainer, finished 6 in 8:55. Jackson Jager from Denver, 5th in 8:52. Jaron Heller from Okoboji Milford, 4th in 8:50. Then it was Alex Reese in 8:18 for Columbus. Lamar Seant, the runner-up today in 8:12, and your champion in the 60-meter hurdles, clocking 8:11 from Trainer, Coy Kons. Move now to the women's 60-meter dash. Here are your finalists in the 60. Ava Heron from Grundy Center runs in 1. It's Hayden Thomas from Woodward Granger in 2. Isabella Buchhold from Underwood in lane 3. Jovi Evans from Mid Prairie in lane 4. Set a record in the prelims. Georgia Evans from Mid Prairie runs in 5. Lexi Terpster from Pella Christian in lane 6. Erilyn McNamara runs for MVA OCOU in lane 7. Lorena Dykeman runs for South Hardin in lane 8. And disqualification in lane 4. Clean start this time around. Terpstra gets a good start. Terpstra running well in lane 5. The Evans lane 5. Terpstra down on the inside. Buchholz from Underwood. And Georgia Evans, 787. And Buchholz from Underwood. Terpstra from Pella Christian. McNamara from MVA OCOU. But Mid Prairie's Georgia Evans, your champion at 787. And up there on the award stand was your top 6. It just contested 60 meters for the girls. Hayden Thomas, Woodward Granger 6th and 8:15. Lorena Dykeman from South Hardin was 5th and 8:14. Erilyn McNamara from MVA OCOU 4th and 8:08. Lexi Terpstra from Pella Christian 3rd and 8:07. Isabella Buchholz from Underwood, the runner-up, in 7:91, and your champion clocking 7:87 from Mid Prairie Wellman, Georgia Evans. Aiden Skoda holds the record here in the boys 60 from Crestwood Cresco, setting 7 flat. And here are your finalists. In lane 1, it's Ty Higgins from Spirit Lake, running in 2 from trainer Drew Myers. Cale Hall runs for Red Oak in 3. Adam Kakmarinsky runs for Pella Christian in lane 4. Running in 5 for Mid Prairie Wellman, Ryan Henry. Edwin Gangba runs for Regina, Iowa City in lane 6. Is Kyle Grau for Spirit Lake in 7. And Philip Swen from Regina in 8. Your finalists in the boys 60 dash. And a clean start. Henry gets a good start in 5. Henry, Kakmarinsky. Ryan Henry for Mid Prairie. 6:99 sets a new Class A record. Makes Skoda's 7 flat go away and runs 6:99. Kakmarinsky, Pella Christian at 7:02. Gangba from Regina at 7:10. And Grau from Spirit Lake, your top 4, 7:14. We'll see these gentlemen on the award stand shortly. And on the award stand, here are your top 6 in that 60-meter final. Finishing 6th and 7:18 from Red Oak, Cale Hall. Finishing 5th and 7:17 from trainer Drew Myers. Finishing 4th and 7:14 from Spirit Lake, Kyle Grau. Finishing 3rd today at 7:10 from Regina, Evan Gangba. Finishing in second place from Pella Christian in 7:02, Adam Kakmarinsky. And your champion in the 60 meters, a new record 2A time, a 6:99 from Mid-Prairie Wellman, Ryan Henry. Girls 800, the next event on the track. It'll be a two-section final. Noel Steinis from Tipton holds the record. It set it last year at 2:17.77. Aiden Rumbaugh from PCM Monroe. Take him around the first spin here. Ellis Steele from Hudson. Annika Reichs from Iowa Falls, Alden. Cadence Katros from Trainer. Up toward the top here early on in this 800. Section 1. Close racing here. The lap to go. Ella Steele from Hudson. Annika Reichs from Iowa Falls, Alden. This is a Brokaw from Mid-Prairie. Harper Irwin from Regina. Weston from Okoboji Milford. The 58.19 on that last 300 spin through 500 and 133. Reichs, Iowa Falls, Alden, Ella Steele from Hudson in a battle up here. Stride for stride, they come through that turn. It is Steele. Steele from Hudson. Steele from Hudson, a good closeout by Brokaw from Mid-Prairie. Reichs from Iowa Falls, Alden. 2:31.57 for Steele. Brokaw runs 2:33.50. 2:33.70 for Reichs. Land from Roland Story in 2:39.37. Bloom from South Sioux. Strohan from Grundy Center. Grace Strohan. And her lifetime best at 2:14.52 at the state meet a year ago, a third place finish. A member of her third place 4x4 as well for Grundy Center. Molly Hansen from Hudson qualified in the 1500, the 800 as well. Mid Prairie's Hostetler anchored that 4x8 to a championship a little while ago. Strahohan from Grundy Center. Grace Bloom, Karina Bloom from Sioux Central, Sioux Rapids. Molly Hansen. Buting from Spirit Lake. Johan from Grundy Center. 2:17.77 the record. Capable of that, she is. And 2:10 about halfway through the front stretch. Johan for Grundy Center. 2:17.59, a new record. For Johan from Grundy Center, 2:17.15. Molly Hansen at 2:24.67. Lizzie McCann runs 2:24.85. Johan from Grundy Center, 2:17.59 on the 800. Section 1 of the 800 for the boys. Logan Osman for Alburnett. You know that Alburnett 4x8 team a little while ago up there on the award stand are your top six in the girls 800 meters. Finishing sixth, Rachel Hostetler from Mid Prairie in 2:30.24. Karina Bloom from Sioux Central, Sioux Rapids finishes fifth in 2:29.42. Running fourth in 2:26.14 from Spirit Lake, Marie Mooding. Finishing third overall, 2:24.85 from Van Meter, Lizzie McCann. The runner-up today at 2:24.67 from Hudson, Molly Hansen. And your champion, new record time at 2:17.59 from Grundy Center, Grace DeRohan. Osman Nuss from Southeast Valley, Gowrie. Jerron Bennett to Davis County. Frangenberg from Spirit Lake. Logan Osman, Owen Nuss. Logan Osman from Elburnett, 207 flat. 49.5 on that last lap. Franzenberg from Spirit Lake at 208.23. Willis from Roland Story City, 209.96. And Owen Nuss in 210.19 from Southeast Valley Gowrie. Final section, 800 meters. Vanderwilt from South Hardin out quickly. Ben Beamer from Alburnett. Brandon Leppert from Waukon. Lauderville from Alta Aurelia. Leopard from Waukon, qualifier in Class 2A last year, goes through 45.86. Vanderwilt from South Hardin, Walterman from Green. Walterman a qualifier in their 4x8 as well. Coythan from MVA OCOU, Beamer from Alburnett. And they come to the finish. Leopard from Waukon. Leopard to Waukon. Via from Columbus. Coythan, rather, from MVA OCOU. Leopard from Waukon up front, 2 flat 98. 202.55 for Coythan. Walterman from Green, a good recovery there, 203.34. And Vanderwilt from South Hardin in 203.37. And up on the award stand, those are your top 6 in the boys 800 meters. Logan Osman from Alburnett finishes 6th, 207 flat. Connor O'Hara from Shenandoah, 5th in 204.55. Jonah Vanderwilt from South Hardin in 203.37 for 4th. Through Wolterman from Greene County, 3rd in 203.34. MVA OCOU's Joey Koithen finishes 2nd in 202.55. And your champion, running 2 flat 98 from Waukon, Brandon Lepper. Three-section final going to the blocks here in the girls 200 meters. Avery Hansen in 1. From Southeast Valley Gowrie, Addison Gannon of Greene County in 2. Renly Weig, South Hardin in 3. Isabel Jansen, Iowa Falls Alden in 6. Ryan DeVore, PCM Monroe in 7. Patricia Gabini from Columbus Catholic in 8. Gabini running well there on the outside for Columbus Catholic. Down in lane 2, it was Addison Gannon. Gabini from Columbus Catholic in 28.58. Gannon from Greene County in 28.64. Then DeVore for PCM Monroe in 28.65. Meredith Fenwick holds the record here from Pella Christian, set a year ago, 25.51. Move to section 2. Rebecca Vidal from Hudson in lane 2. Kate Allison to South Hardin. Vidal in lane 1. Allison in lane 2. Tatum Comer from Clarinda in 3. Janiah Miller for Columbus Catholic in 4. Isabella Buchholz from Underwood in 5. Maya Ridley from South Central Calhoun in 6. Aniston Netton from Van Meter in 7. And Ada Eller runs for South Hardin in lane 8. Buchholz runs out there for Underwood in lane 5. She was a finalist, finished 2nd in the 60 already today. Netton from Van Meter off the turn, though. Netton from Van Meter. South Hardin's Eller. Buchholz from Underwood. Aniston Netton Van Meter in 26.48. Buchholz would finish 2nd, 26.84. Eller from South Hardin, 26.90 for 3rd. Netton the fastest time so far. 28.64 makes the podium. As we move to the final section of the 200. Running in lane 1, it's Lexi Terpstra. 7th in the 100 last year for Pella Christian at the state meet. Becca Anderson from Greene County, a qualifier in the 200, runs in 3. Miley Wells of Spirit Lake will run in lane 3. Jovi Evans, the 7th in the 200 meters last year for Mid-Prairie, runs in lane 7. Rachel Kakmarinsky for Pella Christian, champion in the 100 last year, runs in lane 5. Meredith Van Wyck, the champion of the 200 for Pella Christian, runs in lane 6. Georgia Evans, Mid-Prairie Wellman, 7th in the 200, 2nd in the 100 last year, runs in 7. Letha Leopold from Spirit Lake, she was 4th in the 200, runs in lane 8. Could be the state meet from last year in this final section. George Evans running well. Won the 60 today already. And with Kakmarinsky. Down their lane for it's Jovi Evans. Evans and Pella Christians, Kakmarinsky. Jovi Evans. Meredith Van Wyck from Pella Christian. Kakmarinsky in 25:37, the new Class 2A record. Van eclipses her teammate Van Wyck in 25:51, who set the record last year, 25:37, and for Kakmarinsky. Jovi Evans of Mid-Prairie Wellman, 25:56 for second. A hand here for Wells. The Spirit Lake will finish that race despite some discomfort. A big hand for her. That is track and field right there in determination. Section 1 of the boys underway. Are your champions on the award stand out there, top 6. Thea Leopold from Spirit Lake would finish 6th at 26:77. Aniston Netton Van Meter in 26:48 for 5th. Georgia Evans of Mid-Prairie in 26:38 for 4th. Meredith Van Wyck, Pella Christian, 3rd at 25:99. Jovi Evans of Mid-Prairie in 25:56. And Rachel Kakmarinsky, a new record in 2A at 25:37. For Pella Christian, your champion. That first section of the boy, it was Drew Myers from Trainer. Setting the pace there for the rest of the sections, 23:25. Owen Bell from Hudson in 23:39. They move to section 2. Jackson Cliff Ogden runs in 1. Tristan Krabs a roll in Story. Story City runs in 2. Philip Swin from Regina in 3. Henry Lutenegger from Minneapolis in lane 4. Ryan Henry from Mid-Prairie Wellman, the 60 champ, runs in 5. Bo Buckingham from Albia in 6. Luke Winkelpleck from Union LaPorte City in lane 7. And Kyle Grau for Spirit Lake in lane 8. Grau was 4th in that 60 final. Henry the champ. from here like a warning. No disqualification. Ryan Henry running well here as they come through the turn. It's Henry. Albie is Buckingham. Henry off the turn. Henry. Roland Story with Krabs. Henry. Roland Story with Krabs. Grau from Spirit Lake. Ryan Henry. The new Class 2A record right there, 22.62. Coy Conch had it at 22.73 for Trainer. He'll be up in the next section. He might have something to say about that. 22.62. Grau in 22.90. Krabs at Roland Story, Story City in 22.94. Ryan Henry trying to double from that second section. If we run to section 3. Cole Graham is going to run in section 3 from Shenandoah in lane 1. Jet Sorensen for Trainer, qualifier in the 200 last year, runs in 2. Shane Demke from Columbus Catholic runs in lane 3. It's Alex Reese, who's 8th in the 200 at the state meet for Columbus. In lane 4, Lamar Theont, standing hurdler for Columbus as well, was 7th at the 200. In lane 5, Coy Conch had the record here for a second from last year. Just broken, but he was the champion last year for Trainer. They'll run in lane 6. Cale Hall from Red Oak, qualifier in the 207. And Edwin Gangba from Regina, qualifier in the 200 as well, and it was 3rd in the 60 already today. He'll be in lane 8. Conch gets a good start there for Trainer. Conch for Trainer, making up the staggers. Gangba to his outside. Coy Conch from Trainer. Conch from Trainer. Gangba from Regina. Hall from Red Oak. Coy Conch, 22.08. And my goodness, I thought that last section was fast. 22.08, new record there for Conch. Gangba and Hall from Red Oak and Regina would have been under that record as well at 22.35 and 22.70. Seant Columbus runs at 23.10. Cole Graham from Shenandoah at 23.38. Coy Conch from Trainer, your champion. Conch wins the 60 hurdles today, and he wins the Open 200. Here's how they finished. Tristan Krabs, Roland Story, Story City was 6th. Finishing in 5th, Kyle Grau from Spirit Lake. In 22.90, Cale Hall from Red Oak finishes 4th in 22.70. Ryan Henry hangs in there for 3rd from that second section for Mid Prairie at 22.62. Edwin Gangba, his second place, second finish of the day, Regina in 22.35. And Coy Conch from Trainer, your champion, who record time of 22.08. He wins the 60 hurdles and the 200. The 4x60 shuttle hurdle relay will be the next event on the track. Williamsburg holds the record, 44 flat, set that in 2022. Boys high jump bar at 5'9" right now. Quite a few left in that field. Girls long jump. Through that first flight, getting ready for flight number 2. Delaney Eldridge, West Marshall State Center leading the way, 15 feet 8 inches. Girls shot underway as well. That first flight is wrapped up. Second flight getting ready. McKenna Beck from Spirit Lake. Best throw so far at 32 feet 9 inches. The second flights for both the long jump and the shot will commence. The top 9 of both will go on to the final. Top 9 from both. We get set here. Underwood runs in lane 3 and 4. Trinity Brett on the opening leg. Southeast Valley Gowrie runs in 5 and 6. They'll open May Cersei. That is Underwood, Southeast Valley Gowrie. Southeast Valley Gowrie with the edge here. 60 goes very quick. Very evenly. Underwood and Southeast Valley Gowrie. Underwood to the pass. It's Underwood. Irwin on this leg. They're in Longmire on the second. Farley runs for Southeast Valley. And it is Underwood. Anguish on the anchor leg. Blair runs for Southeast Valley Gowrie, and it's Underwood here in Section 1. 42.77 for Underwood, 45.87 for Gowrie. Getting close to the end of the meet here in the next hour. The apparel tent is offering some discounts on items. If you'd like to take something home for you, you might do your stop over there and pick something up today to commemorate this 2026 IATC indoor meet. Once again, that apparel stand out there offering some discounts toward the end of the meet here. You might want to go and check those out. Section 2 here, the shuttle hurdle relay. Mid-Prairie Wellman runs in 1 and 2. Effie Miller on the opening leg. 3 and 4 is Spirit Lake. East Sac County runs in 5 and 6, and it's Regina, Iowa City running in lanes 7 and 8. They'll lead off with Sickles. Spirit Lake running well on Mid-Prairie down on the inside. Mid-Prairie open with Miller. Jovi Evans runs this leg. Standing sprinter is Evans. Here comes East Sac. East Sac, Spirit Lake down on the inside. Spirit Lake in 3. Spirit Lake. Leah Bulliott on the anchor leg, the 60 hurdle champ. She got room to make it up. She gives it a shot. Mid-Prairie in East Sac. East Sac at 41.11, Mid-Prairie at 41.12. Spirit Lake runs 41.21. And Regina with Nave on the anchor at 44.71. We get ready for the final section. Trainer, the 1A champion last year. They'll run in lanes 1 and 2. Riley Hemmingson was 6th in the 100 hurdles. She's a scheduled anchor. Roland Story, Story City, the runner-up in Class 2A last year. Looks like they have all of their team left from that, and they run in lanes 3 and 4. John will on the opening leg. Tri-Center Neola runs in 5 and 6. They were third at the state meet a year ago. Zoe Payne on that team last year. She'll lead off. Ogden runs in lane 7 and 8. They were 7th in Class 2A last year. 3 members of that quartet scheduled out here for Ogden today. Aubrey Leonard on their opening leg. So it's Trainer in 1 and 2, Roland Story, Story City in 3 and 4, Tri-Center Neola in 5 and 6, and Ogden in 7 and 8. Good start for Roland Story, Story City. Roland Story, Trainer. Roland Story with Lucas on this leg. Roland Story. They'll pass to Helgeson. Roland Story and Trainer, Tri-Center in Ogden. Roland Story with Helgeson. Taylor Reckemer is going to anchor for Roland Story. She was 5th in the 60 hurdles today. And it's Roland Story. Roland Story and Trainer. Trainer on the anchor leg with Hemmingson. Outstanding hurdler for Trainer. Then it's Ogden and Tri-Center. Roland Story 39.60. Trainer in 40.77. Ogden runs 41.84. Tri-Center Neola 44.65. And Rolling Story, Story City, your champions. And up on the award stand, top 6 teams in that 4x60 shuttle hurdle relay. It was Ogden finishing 6th in 41.84. Spirit Lake 5th in 41.21. Mid Prairie 4th in 41.12. Esac County at 41.11 finished 3rd today. And there is Trainer 2nd in 40.77. And your champion in 39.60, Rolling Story, Story City. Get the boys set here. Girls 2A, we've scored 9 events so far. We'll award the top 2 tonight. Tipton 6th right now with 18 points. Spirit Lake 5th with 29. Pella Christian 4th with 32 points. Van Meter and Grundy Center tied with 35. Mid Prairie Wellman leading with 45 points through 9 events. On the girls' side of things, boys have scored 10 events so far. Alburnett 6 with 20 points. Spirit Lake, MVA, OCOU are tied at 24 for 4th. Regina's 3rd with 25. Mid Prairie 2nd with 27. Trainer leading the way with 33 points on the boys' side, and that's through 10 of 15 events. Shuttle hurdle relay, 3-section final for the boys. Mid Prairie Wellman runs in lanes 1 and 2. Costs on the opening leg. Clarinda in 3 and 4 with Gross on their opener. Iowa Falls will run with Oberding in 5 and 6 on their opening leg. And Sundell will open for Ogden in lanes 7 and 8. Mid Prairie Wellman in 1 and 2. Clarinda in 3 and 4. Iowa Falls Alden 5 and 6. And Ogden in 7 and 8. A clean start. Clarinda and Iowa Falls. Mid Prairie down to the inside. Clarinda, Iowa Falls with the exchange. Iowa Falls, Oberding from Damiano. Nico Damiano running this leg. Clarinda on the way back with Harris. And down, it's Mid-Prairie down on the inside. Lewick ran that second leg. This is Clip. Kip for Mid-Prairie. Mid-Prairie with the edge. Wellhausen runs for Clarinda. Humphrey on the anchor for Mid-Prairie. Here comes Iowa Falls Alden with Piper. Mid-Prairie in 36-21. Spirit Lake owns the record here, set 2022. That's also the meet record overall. Actually, Pella holds the meet record at 33.88. 2A record, Spirit Lakes. Move to section 2. Dyke New Hartford will run in lanes 1 and 2. Logan Peveril on the opening leg. Roland Story seated to lead off with Cody Lawn. They'll be in lanes 3 and 4. Southeast Valley Gowrie with Casey Hansen on their opening leg in 5 and 6. Denver runs in 7 and 8, and they'll open with Jack Cooper. Dyke New Hartford in 1 and 2. Roland Story City in 3 and 4. Southeast Valley Gowrie in 5 and 6, and Denver in 7 and 8. Roland Story City out to a good start. Dyke New Hartford down on the inside to go to the first exchange. Roland Story runs with Barber. Southeast Gowrie with Johnson. Mills for Dyke New Hartford. Southeast Valley Gowrie running well. Ollinger on this leg. Southeast Valley Gowrie with Ollinger. Alex Berger is going to anchor. And it is Berger. Roland Story with Brady Long. Tate Block for New Hartford. Jackson Yeager for Denver. Yeager makes a long way back for Denver into second place. Southeast Valley Gowrie at 34.06. Denver in 36.43. Roland Story in 36.74. Dyke New Hartford 38.03. Southeast Valley Gowrie, the team to beat now as we go to the final section of this shuttle hurdle relay. 34.06. Final section. Okoboji Milford was third in the shuttle hurdle relay at the state meet last year. And 4 members of that quartet scheduled to run here. Elijah Graves on their opening leg. They'll run in 1 and 2. Trainer. And shuttle hurdle champs last year, Brock Casey, Christensen, and Counts all returned from that team. They had Dirks in. They'll run in 3 and 4. Spirit Lake runs in lanes 5 and 6. They were the runner-up last year. 2 members of that quartet, Bartham and Hagedorn. And at 7 and 8, it's Underwood. They were 6th last year in the shuttle hurdle relay. Dayton Hull was 9th in the 400 hurdles last year as well. And Quentin Holdquist was a member of that quartet. Those two return for Underwood. They'll run in 7 and 8. Okoboji Milford in 1 and 2. Trainer in 3 and 4. Spirit Lake in 5 and 6. Underwood in 7 and 8. Good start for Spirit Lake. Spirit Lake and Trainer down on the inside, Okoboji Milford. Start for Graves. Symington runs for Okoboji Milford. They have the slight edge, but Trainer's on the move with Christensen. It is Trainer, Okoboji Milford, and Spirit Lake. Jollis runs for Spirit Lake. Ross runs for Underwood on the outside. But Trainer with the edge. And Koikons, the hurdle champ, the 200 champ for Trainer. And it is Trainer. $33.43 for Trainer Okoboji Milford and $33.83. Spirit Lake and $35.65 and Underwood and $35.89. Trainer your champ at $33.43, and we'll see him on the award stand in just a few moments. And on the award stand, the top 6 in that 4x60 shuttle hurdle relay for the boys. Finishing 6th and 36.21, Mid-Prairie Wellman Underwood was 5th and 35.89. Spirit Lake 4th and 35.65. Southeast Valley Gowrie 3rd tonight in 34.06. Your runner-up in 33.83, Okoboji Milford. And your champion in the 4x60 shuttle hurdle relay, clocking 33.43, Trainer. High jump bar at 5'11" in that boys' high jump. Girls' long jump going on, second flight. Koscielny from Embersburg, 16'11" and 3/4 leading that field. Girls' shot put as well into their second flight. And third throws now, and Hannah Schroeder from North Fayette Valley leading that field at 40 feet and a half inch. 4x100 meter relay will be a 3-section final. Greene County in 1, Hartley Melvin Sanborn in 2, Shenandoah runs in 3, Alta Aurelia in 4, West Marshall State Center in 5, Trainer in 6, Southeast Valley Gowrie in 7, and Tipton in 8. Good exchange down in 3 for Shenandoah. Southeast Valley and Trainer running well. Trainer on the move. Hemmingson on this leg. They're going to run Josie Meyer on the 3rd. Good pass for Trainer. It is Trainer with Menser. Down on the inside, Greene County. Trainer in 52-43, Greene County in 53-48. Southeast Valley Gowery, top 3 teams at 53-83. Trainer will be the team to beat now. We have 2 more sections to go. Tri-Center Neola down on the inside in lane 1. It's Okoboji Milford in 2 here in section 2. Roland Story City in 3. Grandview Christian runs in lane 4. Denver in 5. Regina in 6. Columbus Catholic runs in lane 7 and Underwood in lane 8. And a call back here in section 2. Section 2 of the 4x1. Okoboji Milford running well in lane 2, and so is Roland Story. Roland Story down to the inside in 3. We go to the second exchange. Roland Story down in 3. We'll watch them when they come through the turn. They go to the final pass. Underwood's on the outside. Roland Story down in 3. Okoboji Milford on the move, and here comes Tri-Center Neola in lane 1, but on the outside it's Underwood. And Underwood, Isabella Buchholz on that anchor for Underwood. And she made up a lot of ground. They're taking a good look at that one because it was close. Trader in 52.43, Greene County in 53.48, Southeast Fatty Gallery. In that first section, Underwood was 52.98, Tri-Center Neal in 53.44 as we go to the final section. It's Pocahontas area in lane 1, Woodward Granger in 2, South Hardin in 3, Grundy Center in 4, Clarinda in 5, Spirit Lake in 6, Mid-Prairie Wellman in 7, and Ogden in 8. Underway with the final section of this 4x1. Mid-Prairie Wellman making up ground out there because it's Georgia Evans. Evans hands off to Kylie Pohl. Mid-Prairie running well. Spirit Lake owns the record along with Pella Christian at 50-54. Mid-Prairie running well, but Spirit Lake's on the move. Leah Boyett on that leg. She won the 60 already today. And the 200 as well. Boyett has them in great shape here because Leopold's on the anchor leg. Leopold, Spirit Lake, Mid-Prairie. Spirit Lake 50-27, Mid-Prairie Wellman 50-50, Clarinda at 51-37. Spirit Lake, they both equaled that record. That's a new 2A record. And Spirit Lake and Mid-Prairie make that Drake qualifying standard as well with that time. On the award stand as they trickle in over there. That's Underwood, finishing 6th overall, 52.98. Trainer in 5th at 52.43. Woodward Granger 4th at 52.39. Clarinda 3rd and 51.37. Mid-Prairie, your runner-up in 50.50 and setting a new record at 50.27. Spirit Lake, your champions in that 4x1. Boys 4x1 as well. Spirit Lake, Lawton Bronson both hold the record, setting 22 and 25 respectively at 43.38. Pella Christian in 1, Pocahontas area in 2, Jessup in 3, Iowa Falls Alden in 4, Albia in 5, Greene County in 6, Denver in 7, South Hardin in 8. Section 1 underway. We go to the first exchange. Good pass there in lane 4. Iowa Falls Alden. Iowa Falls Alden on the move along with Albia there outside. Albia gets a good pass. Albia ran Heyman on the opening leg. That was Buckingham, and now Hutchison. Doherty runs for Greene County. Denver with Noblock. Albia with Votrebreck on the anchor leg. They run in 5. Iowa Falls Alden just to their inside. And Iowa Falls Alden with Brody McNeil off the turn. And Iowa Falls Alden. Denver with a good close out there. Josh Rabenhorst. Iowa Falls Alden 44.98. Denver in 45.38. And Jessup in 45.44 in that first initial section. And we'll go to section 2. It'll be Underwood in lane 1. Okoboji Milford in 2. PCM Monroe in 3. Mediapolis in 4. MVAO-COU in lane 5. Southeast Valley Gowrie in 6. Regina Iowa City in 7. And Roland Story City in 8. Section 2 underway. Mediapolis getting a good start. On with MVA OCOU. Mediapolis opened with Lutniger. Spears on this leg. They'll run Crow. Roland Stories there on the outside. We'll look for that exchange. Iowa City Regina. Youngbaugh on the anchor leg for Iowa City Regina. Is running up the 200 already today. Iowa City Regina, Southeast Valley Gowrie. With Showers on their anchor leg, and it was Regina in 44.25. Southeast Valley Gowrie in 44.72, then Mediapolis in 44.91. Schmigdal on that anchor for Mediapolis. And attention athletes, the last call for spike checks. If you haven't had your spikes checked yet for your race, you need to check in, and please do that on the infield. Last call for spike checks. Had a missing phone turned into me here at the announcer stand, high up in the air. If you're missing a phone, you check your bag. You're going to have to explain it to me. Shenandoah in lane 1. It's Hudson in 2, Dike New Hartford in 3, Mid Prairie Wellman in 4, Clarinda in 5, Trainer in 6, Spirit Lake in 7, and Columbus Community, Columbus Junction in lane 8. Final section, section 3, 4x100 meter relay. Almost there on the outside. Trainer runs in 6. Trainer with the exchange. Trainer with a good pass. Down on the inside, too. That's Shenandoah. Buttry on the opening leg. This is Graham. Trainer running well. Coy Kantz on that leg, and Trainer's in control with Drew Myers. Elin Dirks is going to anchor, but Myers has the stick. Growl running for Spirit Lake. Lucas Bullion on their anchor leg. Sion on the anchor leg for Columbus on the outside. But here comes Trainer. Trainer. Mid-Prairie Wellman. That was Ryan Henry, and Henry made up some ground, but Trainer had the distance. The Trainer in 43.29. Mid-Prairie Wellman at 43.71, and Spirit Lake in 44.17. .300 meter getting ready to step on the track here. And down to the last couple of events. Top 2 teams will recognize tonight outstanding performers of the meet as well, both on the girls and boys side. .300 meters underway. Up there on the award stand. Is not ready. All right, we'll hold on. I got too excited. Thank you, Coach Roth. 3,000 meters underway. Dreens on in this field here. Stutzman from Mid-Prairie. Thompson from West Marshall State Center. Iris Melody from South Center Calhoun. Trainers Lily Miller, Riley King from Clarinda, all in this field. The Southeast Valley Gowry's 4x1 team. We need you on the award stand, please. Southeast Valley Gowry to the award stand. Southeast Valley Gowry, we need you to the award stand, please. We see you coming.
What's the change, Mike?
Finishing 6th is Southeast Gowry in that 4x1 today. 44.72. Columbus fifth in 44.55 was Kalinda fourth in 44.52. Regina third in 44.25. Spirit Lake the runner-up in 44.17. A new Class 2A record today. Running 43.29, it was Trainer. Flesher from Woodward Granger, Miller from Trainer, Stutzman from Mid Prairie out there. Stutzman 7th state cross-country championships this last fall. She ran in the 3,000 at the state meet last year as a sophomore. Miller from Trainer. Qualifier last year in the 3,000 as well. Top 15 finish in the state cross-country championships this last fall for Miller as well. And Fleshner from Woodward Granger. Miller from Trainer, Fleshner, Woodward Granger, Stutzman from Mid Prairie, Addie Thompson from West Marshall State Center. Riley King from Clarinda. It is Stutzman. 6 laps to go, 105 in that last lap. They went through 1,200 and 4:14. Then Miller, then Fleshner. Addie Thompson in that chase pack right back there for West Marshall State Center. Haley Renz from Pella Christian. Two-person race out front now with Stutzman from Mid Prairie and Lily Miller from Trainer. Miller just a freshman this year. Stutzman a junior. And 105.9 on that last lap for Stutzman and Miller. And back to Fleshner, Woodward Granger, and Thompson of West Marshall State Center. Four laps to go, 1,200 meters left. At 1,800 meters, they ran 6:20, 6:95, 106 in that last lap. Slowed by about a second. Leaders making their way through that turn onto the front stretch. Brooklyn Stutzman from Mid-Prairie Wellman. And behind her is Lily Miller from Trainer. Hit.
Okay. You got it.
We got pizza left over at the concession stand. It's $2 a slice right now if you need one. It's 8:24 at night. You're probably getting hungry. If you haven't eaten yet, head over there, grab something to eat. $2 slices right now at the concession stand. Make sure you check out the gear, too, before you walk out of here. Take some IATC gear with you from this championship today. Stutzman and Miller still leading the way. And Flessner. Flessner runs alone back there in third right now. The senior from Woodward Granger. Addie Thompson, West Marshall State Center. And Haley Renz at Pella Christian. Both at about 8:04.77 right now. And they did that through 2,100 meters. Lily Miller now to the lead. Stutzman right there yet. Moves back to second. Miller from Trainer. Stutzman Mid-Prairie. Miller consistently at 107. And 8:43.12 that 2,400 meters. Couple laps to go. Under 2. Miller from Trainer. And Stutzman from Mid-Prairie. And a lap to go. Miller and Stutzman at 300 yards. Still together. 106 on that last lap for Miller. 107.6 for Stutzman. And Flessner with a lap to go. Good race brewing back there with Miller and Stutzman. They've been back and forth. 100 meters to go. They're making their way onto the front stretch. Here comes Lily Miller. Brooklyn Stutzman. Miller digging deep. Stutzman trying to respond, but it's Miller. Lily Miller, 10:52.71. There's no 2.7 on that last lap. Stutzman run 10:54.33. Flessner off the turn. Eva Flessner from Woodward Granger. Addie Thompson from West Marshall State Center. Helen Renz from Pella Christian. Renz a good close out there. 102 on that last lap for Renz. Miller from Trainer. Iris Melody from South Central Calhoun. King from Clarinda. Hilzebeck from PCM Monroe. As you see those times on the video board. Lily Miller from Trainer, your champion. .3,200 meters underway in the 3,000 meters, top 6 on the award stand. Zan Miller from Trainer, an 11:45.68 for 6. Addie Thompson for West Marshall State Center finished 5th in 11:38.20. Haley Renz from Pella Christian 4th in 11:35.51. Eva Flessner from Woodward Granger 3rd in 11:29.33. Brooklyn Stutzman, the runner-up today, 10:54.33. And your champion, running 10:52.71 from Trainer freshman Lily Miller. Emerson Vokes of Grundy Center out, along with Haven Weirs from Tri-Center Neola. Chase Hungerford for Spirit Lake. Vokes out front for Grundy Center. 2A state champion last year, ran 9:27. 66th at the state meet. Was 5th in the 1,600 meters as well. Vokes out front, Haven Weirs, Tri-Center Neola. Weirs a qualifier last year as a freshman. Hungerford for Spirit Lake. He qualified in the 1,600 meters last year as well for Spirit Lake. They lead this field right now. Simon Wendell from Mediapolis also up in the mix. Haven Weirs won the 1,600 meters already today. Runs in second place right now with Vokes out front. Got a ways to go. 8 laps remain. Weirs Tri-Center Neola, 4:26.35 today in that 1,600 meters. Vokes, the reigning state champion out front. Vokes and Weirs, Hungerford, Wendell from Mediapolis, Sells from Shenandoah, back in the top 5. Wendell, Mediapolis trying to close the gap and bring those guys back to him just a little bit. And Vokes and Weirs and Hungerford on the move. Top three at about 54 seconds on that last lap. Went through 1,100 meters in 3:11. Folks stays there. Hungerford goes with him. Weirs tucks in behind for now. Not far off is Wendell from Mediapolis. Schwarzenduver from Mid-Prairie leads that chase pack right now. Got company with Stewart from Cheriton. Nolan Weirs from Anamosa was third in the 1,600 today already. And Gabe Winkleman from Nottoway Valley. Five laps to go. Folks in Hungerford and Weirs. Folks in Hungerford. Contention Weirs. Fading just a little bit. Simon Wendell, Mediapolis. Fairly consistent. He's been about 55, 56 back there. Vokes, Grundy Center, and Hungerford are at 55.30 on that last lap. They went 1,700 and 5:01.
Sorry. Carter Sells from Shenandoah, high jumper. Okay.
Minnie Carter Sells from Shenandoah, high jumper to the finish line area for us, please. Carter Sells from Shenandoah. We need you to the finish line area. Recognition here for the high jump today. Carter Sells from Shenandoah. Need you to the finish area, please. Oaks and Hungerford still together. Three laps to go. Weirs and Wendell from Mediapolis, and Wendell's going to go into third. Well, and Weirs from Anamosa has moved away from that pack. Left it Schwarzenduber and Stewart. Sits in fifth.
There is. What's it look like? You're welcome.
Up there on the award stand, some happy high jumpers. Finishing sixth in the high jump today for the boys. Brody McNeil from Iowa Falls Alden, a clearance at 5:11. Carter Sells from Shenandoah was fifth today at 5:11 as well. Finishing in fourth, clearance of 6:1. Mediapolis is Lathan Keller. Gabe Schussler from Iowa City Regina was third today, also clearing 6:1. Okoboji Milford's Elijah Gray, who's finished in second place with a clearance at 6:1. And winning the boys high jump today in 2A. 6'3" clearance for Davis County Bloomfield's Talon Kramer. Lap to go. Emerson Voles in control here. Hungerford charging. Mediapolis has run well with Wendell. He's made up a lot of ground. Weirs from Tri-Center Neola. Nolan Weirs from Anamosa. Cy Stewart from Sheraton. Schwarzendover Mid-Prairie. Emerson Vokes, the state champion from Grundy Center in Class 2A. Off the turn. Jake Hungerford for Spirit Lake. It was a good close. A little too much distance there for Vokes. 53.10 on that last lap. Hungerford runs 48.81. Comes Mediapolis with Simon Wendell. Haven Weirs for Tri-Center Neola. Nolan Weirs from Anamosa. Max Schwarzendover for Mid-Prairie. Cy Stewart from Sheraton.
Okay. Okay.
Up on the award stand, your top 6 in that 3,200 meter run. Running 10.4.05 from Prairie Wellman, Max Schwarzenduber in 6th place. Nolan Weirs from Anamosa finished 5th in 9:59.73. Was Haven Weirs from Tri-Center Neola 4th in 9:57.90. Simon Wendell from Mediapolis 3rd today in 9:49.30. The runner-up in 9:37.98 from Spirit Lake is Jace Hungerford. And your champion today in the 3,200 meter run, running 9:36.41 from Grundy Center, Emerson Vokes. Section 1 of the 4x4s coming up. Final event for the women here today. Iowa Falls Alden out there in 8. West Marshall State Center in 7. Southeast Valley Gowrie runs in 5. Look at the team scores heading into this final event for Class 2A. Tipton in 7th right now with 26 points. Van Meter in 6th with 35. Pella Christian and Grundy Center are tied, 37 points apiece in 4th. Spirit Lake 3rd with 45 points. Trainer 2nd with 48.5 points. And Mid Prairie Wellman leading the way with 72 points. Spirit Lake and Trainer in a battle right there, just 3.5 points apart. There's several of the top 6 long jumpers in the field out here in the 4x4 today. We'll recognize those long jumpers after the 4x4s here as well. So if you're not in the 4x4 and you're in the top 6 of the long jump, you make your way eventually over here to the awards area for us, please, and stay tuned. We'll get you up on the award stand. Once again, long jumpers not in the 4x4 if you'd make your way over here in the top 6. We got several in that field out there today. Southeast Valley Gowrie, Iowa Falls Alden. Southeast Valley Gowrie back there in 3rd. West Marshall State Center out front. And Iowa Falls Alden runs in 2nd as they go to the exchange. Concession stand closes in about 5 minutes. You want a $1 slice of pizza pie? You make your way over there. Concession stand closes. Just $1 for a piece of pizza. 5 minutes you have left. Thank Iowa State for the use of this facility this weekend. A fantastic facility. Their staff here has been exceptional. West Marshall State Center. Billy Wren's on the anchor leg. Southeast Valley Gowrie with Emily Wilson, Iowa Falls Alden. Driver Reichs. West Marshall State Center.
Hey, buddy. What's that? I'm good. Just tired. Yeah, a lot of talking. Yeah, we'll see you soon, brother. That'll come quick.
West Marshall State Center, 429.20. Southeast Valley Gowrie in 446.88. Iowa Falls Alden in 449.38. Move to Section 2, Woodward Granger in 1, Roland Story. Story City in 2, Walk-On in 3, PCM Monroe in 4, Mid-Prairie Wellman in 5, Clarinda in 6, Greene County in 7, Alta Aurelia in 8. Walk-On getting out to a good start here with Stewart in the second section of the 4x4. Roland Story runs in 2. Carson Land on their opening leg. Clarinda with the exchange. Clarinda and Walk-On. Clarinda and Walk-On. Good opener there for Clarinda and Wagoner. Kylie Meyer on this leg for Clarinda. Addie Olson for Walk-On. Clarinda and Walk-On. A great race in the rest of the field. Greene County into third. Casey Pittman on this leg for Greene County. They go to the exchange. Good pass there for Clarinda. They run Stevie Wilms. Walk-On with Haley Cook. Becca Anderson for Greene County. Clarinda and Walk-On, Greene County. Mid-Prairie on the move. Into fourth. Prairie running with Ruby Miller on this leg. And the pass to the anchor. It is Clarinda and Ellery Bird. Clarinda and Walk-On. Addison Burns. Greene County with Hannah Fouch. Mid-Prairie. Kylie Pohl. Clarinda off the turn. It is Clarinda. Greene County, Clarinda, walk on. Mid-Prairie. Alta Aurelia. Greene County. For 2020 for Greene County, walk on 420.61. Mid-Prairie Wellman 422.88. Alta Aurelia at 423.57. Greene County the fastest time so far. One more section to go. Davis County runs in 1, Ogden in 2, Spirit Lake in 3, Tri-Center Neola in 4, Trainer in 5, Pella Christian in 6, Grundy Center in 7, and Van Meter in 8. Davis County, Danny Piper down on the inside. Rachel Kakmarinsky runs for Pella Christian. Marinsky, the 100 champion. Kakmarinsky won the 200 already today. Ran on their championship sprint medley relay. Runs with the 4x1 here. Pella Christian. Pella Christian holds the record, 4:05.97. They set that a year ago as well. Marinsky on that team with Van Wyck and Voss. Those two are out here today. And Minders as well. That whole team out here right now that set the record last year. Pella Christian. Meredith Van Wyck. Pella Christian in control here in this race. Tri-Center with Dibblebus on this leg. Steinmeier for Grundy Center. Pella Christian. The Maisie Minders. Pella Christian and Grundy Center with Lynch. Grundy Center on the move here. Pella Christian, Grundy Center. Pella Christian's going to hand off with the lead. It is Pella Christian and Grundy Center. Bailey Voss on this anchor for Pella Christian. Ender shot for Grundy Center. Spirit Lake with Marie Mueling on this anchor leg. Trainer with Ava Saar. Pella Christian. Their standout long sprinter. Bailey Voss. Pulling away. 4:05 the record. Just a little bit over that tonight. The Pella Christian at 4:07.64. Grundy Center at 4:10.33. And Spirit Lake at 4:12.75. We'll recognize these 4x4 teams too, and the girls long jumpers that weren't in the 4x4. If you'll hang over here, we'll get you on the award stand as well. The top 6 in that long jump for the girls.
Got them all? Sweet.
Up there on the award stand, we see our 4x400 meter relay teams. Mid Prairie 6th at 4:22.88. Walk-on 5th and 4:20.61. Greene County 4th tonight, 4:20.20. Spirit Lake 3rd and 4:12.75. The runner-up runs 4:10.33. That's Grundy Center. Your champion in the 4x400 meter relay is running 4:07.64. Pella Christian. The Mid Prairie coach, the girls coach, and the Spirit Lake girls coach, Pella Christian coach. For us, for the girls, to the finish line area, please.
Girls long jumpers.
Girls long jumpers jumping up there on the award stand for us as well. Finishing 6th was Georgia Evans today from Mid Prairie, 16 feet 5 inches. Isabel Buchholt from Underwood was 5th at 16 feet 8 1/4. Kylie Meyer from Clarinda finished in 4th, 16 feet 9. Rachel Shaney from Emmetsburg was 3rd, 17 feet 1 3/4 inches. Ella Hine from Tipton, the runner-up, is 17 feet 6 inches and winning the girls' long jump today with a leap of 17 feet 7 inches. Ira Lynn McNamara, MVA OCOU. Section 1 here, the 4x4, Grandview Christian, Columbus Community, Trainer, South Hardin, Roland Story, Story City, and Pella Christian. Bit of Roland Story with the exchange. Roland Story and South Hardin. Clayton Gable run for South Holland. Roland Story with Hendrik Billerbeck. Boys have scored 14 of 15 events. Okoboji Milford's in fifth with 27 points. Mid-Prairie Wellman fourth at 34. Regina third at 39 points. Spirit Lake in second with 46. And Trainer leading the way with 53 points. Roland Story, Spirit Lake, Columbus, a storm. They go to the exchange. It's Roland Story, Dalston on the third leg for Roland Story. Wynn running for South Hardin. Columbus on the move with Kelberg. South Hardin out front. It's South Hardin with Wynn. And the anchor legs at South Hardin. Columbus. South Hardin through the turn. South Hardin. Columbus. Pella Christian. Roland Story. South Hardin 342.86. Columbus in 345.93. Okoboji Milford owns the record at 329.33. Set a year ago. So again, we need the Mid-Prairie coach, the Spirit Lake girls coach, Mid-Prairie girls coach, and Pella Christian girls coach to the finish line area for us, please. Southeast Valley Gowrie in 1, Ogden in 2, Alta Aurelia in 3, Mid Prairie Wellman in 4, Iowa Falls Alden in 5, West Branch in 6, Dike New Hartford in 7, and Spirit Lake in lane 8. Yeah. West Branch with the opening leg. Neighbor got opening leg. This is Nolan Stacker. West Branch. Mid Prairie into second. Mid Prairie running with Kendrick Koss. And it's Dike New Hartford with Sheffer. Go to the exchange, West Branch. Logan Christoffel. West Branch. Ogden and Mid Prairie. Dike New Hartford rather in Mid Prairie. Dike New Hartford, Mid Prairie. Alta Aurelia. The Southeast Valley Gowrie. They're ready to go to the anchor. It's West Branch. The Bears. Xavier Boone on the anchor. Dike New Hartford with Gabe Metz. Southeast Valley Gowrie. Here comes Mid Prairie. Bronx Miller on the anchor for Mid Prairie into third.
Outstanding. Dak Maretsky for Pella Christian. Okay.
West Branch. And 335.90 for West Branch. Dike New Hartford 337.92. Dyke New Hartford, need your 4x4 boys team. That finish area, please. Dyke New Hartford 4x4 team. Final section of these 2A IATC Indoor Championships. Okoboji Milford, MVA-OCOU, Underwood, Anamosa, Mediapolis, Denver, Dallas County, Bloomfield, Clarinda. Clarinda running well as they come off the turn. Denver, Clarinda, Mediapolis. Denver getting a good opener here from Gomez. Mediapolis with Schmigdal. Clarinda with Hawley. Phillips runs the second leg for Clarinda. Scoville for Denver. Mediapolis with Lutenegger. Denver and Mediapolis. Denver, Mediapolis. Mediapolis with the pass, then Denver. Schmigdal on this leg for Mediapolis, Will Schmigdal. Denver with Brayton Hovey. Denver pulling close here. Sitting back through the turn, but Mediapolis holds them off. It's Mediapolis and Denver. Mediapolis in control in Denver. Lutenegger. Denver with Noblock. Underwood with Quentin Holquist. And down to the last turn. Mediapolis and Denver. Henry Ludenegger for Mediapolis. Caden Knobloch for Denver. In Mediapolis. Denver. Underwood. Davis County. MVA-OCOU. We'll have awards here in just a little bit as well. Teams, just a reminder to pick up around your area, please. There's plenty of garbage cans out there. If you could pick anything you see up that should go in a garbage can around your camp area, make sure you put that in a receptacle for us, please.
I just said that. Are you not listening to me?
Once again, if you look around your camp area, pick up anything for us that you think needs to be in a garbage can. We'd love to have you put it in that for us, please. Make sure it looks sparkling in here. We'd love to be back. Such a great facility for this. We'll honor our 4x4s here. Then we'll do some team awards for the girls first, then the boys. The Spirit Lake girls team. I need you over here for us, please. That 4x4 at MVOCOU is 6th, West Branch 5th, Davis County 4th, Underwood 3rd, Denver 2nd, Mediapolis your champ. Clarinda's not up there. Now your 4x4 teams up there on the award stand. Finishing 6th, 336.66, MVA OCOU. West Branch was 5th and 335.90. Davis County Bloomfield 4th, 335.59. It was Underwood 3rd and 333.47. Denver the runner-up in 331.05, and your champion in the 4x400 meter relay. Winning time of 329.84, Mediapolis. And making their way to the award stand. Top 6 today. We did 6 all day. Top 6 teams. Van Meter was 6th with 35 points. Grundy Center 5th with 45. Pella Christian 4th with 47 points. Trainer 3rd with 49 and 1.5 points. And second place team with 51 points, Spirit Lake. And now your girls 2A state champions scoring 75 points. Mid-Prairie Wellman. And now for your outstanding performer of the meet. She was on their championship 4x400 meter relay, the championship sprint medley relay, and just for fun, she went and won the 200 meters as well. From Pella Christian, the outstanding performer of the meet, Rachel Kakmarinsky. Top six today on the boys' side of things. MVA OCOU was sixth, tied with Okoboji Milford with 27 points, along with Denver. Mediapolis was fifth with 30 points. Mid-Prairie Wellman fourth with 34. Regina Iowa City was third with 39 points. And your second place team with 46 points today, Spirit Lake. And your IATC boys champion team in Class 2A for 2026, scoring 53 points, Trainer. And your outstanding performer on the boys' side today was a part of the winning 4x60 shuttle hurdle relay. the 4x100 meter relay. He was the 200 meter champ today, and he also won the 60 meter hurdles. From trainer Coy Kons. Congratulations to our outstanding performers, our winning teams today. It's been a great day of track and field. Teams drive safely on the way home. It's been a pleasure being with you the last couple of days, and we'll see you at a track real soon. Have a great outdoor season.